up, fish peeps? Let me know if the audio visual is okay. I'm overdue for my tank maintenance. We're going to go ahead and do that today. We have about 11 tanks to do. I'll show you my process as we go and chat with you. I'll put you on the iPad so I can see the comments on a bigger screen. I think the camera quality is okay. It is an older iPad, but it'll work. So, first tank we're going to start with is this one here, the 125 gallon Oscar tank. I'll pan down and show you that I get a little cyanobacteria in this aquarium, so I like to suck all that first, and then I'll go ahead and do the water change. You can kind of see the little blue-green spots. For these type of streams, I did get one of those wireless mics, but it was a cheap one from Walmart, and the sound quality is absolutely terrible. So I had to go back to my stationary mic. So when I talk with you, I'll try not to do it when I'm further away from the aquariums. I'll do it when I get close. But let's get started on this one. So the first thing I have to do is I have to unplug the canister filter and the power head. Now I also use a separate Python system that I hook up to my outside garden hose. So when I'm sucking this stuff out, I don't get a bunch of sand in my internal sinks and my plumbing. So I'm going to go out there, I'm going to turn it on, and we're going to start getting some of the cyanobacteria and uneaten food and poop out. Hey Skitty, good morning. And I like to use just the hose from the Python because you get a lot more suction this way, as opposed to using the actual tube. I like to use the hose. See if we can see this out. And let me know if you can hear me okay at this distance. All this garbage is going to go right outside into the gravel, right out with the bushes, so I'm watering plants at the same time. These guys, they're used to this, but they get a little nippy. So I got to watch that. If I end up with monster fish, it will be your influence. Okay, Sketty. I hope you do. You can get 125 gallon. You can get some good deals on 125 gallons off the Facebook market site. That's where I found this one. And that's plenty of big enough for 2 Oscars. I see some people putting much bigger and a lot more fish in the 125. But just keep in mind, if you do that, you're going to have a lot more water change and maintenance because these fish are big. They eat a lot, they poop a lot. And Sketty, can you hear me okay at this distance when I'm talking? Hey, Shrimp Star, good to see you. And I'll tell you what, Skitty, as long as you are sideways, I can hear. Okay. And I'll tell you what, Skitty, once you get some Oscars, you're going to fall in love with them. As you can see, they're very curious what I'm doing, but they're used to this. I also, while I'm doing this, I take that pre-filter off and take it outside and clean it and put a new one on. I have to have a pre-filter on this tank because these guys are always pluming this sand up and digging, and it'll get into the canister filter if I don't. Now, I'm not worried about sucking sand out of this aquarium because I'm trying to slowly replace this sand because I don't like it. It's sea carib sand. The sand itself is good, but it's too light. It gets into the canister filter. So when you especially have guys like these who are always digging and messing with it, it can become a problem for the canister filter. Just finished. Thank you, Sarah. Hey, Austin. So you can see all this cyanobacteria. That's what I'm getting out of there. I'm already ready to replace the pre-filter. They're very cool. They, but they're kind of in my way. See that? They think it's food. Yeah. I'm way overdue for my water changes, so I figured, hey, let's do a live stream again out of it. I do like the maintenance streams, but I really got to get one of those wireless mics so you can hear me no matter where I go. At the beginning of the stream, I mentioned that I had bought one, but it's a cheap Bauer one from Walmart, and the sound quality is terrible, so I don't even use it. Probably got to take that back. Not that it was expensive, but you get what you pay for type of thing with those kinds of things. And the idea is to get as much cyanobacteria out as possible. And usually it doesn't start coming back for at least a month after, or at least 3 weeks after. I have a little trick to share with you guys here in a second. That's pretty much all the cyanobacteria I got that's sucked out, along with a bunch of sand. But what are you going to do? Like I said, I'm trying to get rid of the sand in this aquarium and replace it over to like pool filter sand. Well, let me go outside and turn that hose off. I'll be right back. I'll share a little trick with you. So we all know pot scrubbers that we use as biological filtration media in our aquariums. They're cheap. You get them at the Dollar Tree. You can get them at Dollar General. Pot scrubbers, right? If you guys aren't aware of that little trick, these have a lot of surface area, and people will completely gut like a canister filter, all the trays included, and fill them with these. And you can stick them in a hang in the back filter, and that works too. Hey, Atkins, good to see you. Hey, Dean, glad you're dropping in. But you can use these as bio media because of the high surface area. And they also kind of filter the water a little bit as well. But I never thought to use these as an algae scrubber. Now, keep in mind, Flipper has sent me products like their Platinum Scraper. You can swap these out. It's got serrated edges. They have a blade, which I have, a metal blade. I've used the different algae scrapers, and I have used all the magnetic algae scrapers. I got Flipper in here too, and they all do well. I decided to try this. I don't have to do this because I just did this a couple days ago. And let me tell you, this thing gets the inside of the glass cleaner in every one of my aquariums, hands down, than anything I've ever used. And they're super cheap. Even this 75-gallon Jack Dempsey tank I got over here, I got this tank free, but it's got that old glass syndrome. It's got the calcium. It's kind of like etched in the glass. I've tried all the tricks, the barkeeper's friend, everything. But the fact of the matter is, it's never going to come out when you get it in there. And that tank's been scratched. So when algae starts forming on that glass, it gets like infused into the glass, and the scrapers will go right over it. They won't take it out. This, however, got everything. It's rough, and it works really well. I wouldn't recommend this on acrylic, obviously, but for glass tanks, this is probably going to be my go-to. It does a really well job. It's almost like a clay bar on paint on a car. It pulls everything out. Just wanted to share that with you. Let me go ahead and replace this pre-filter on here. It's right here. And I have extra to slide it back on. I'm not worried about all this stuff flying around because that's going to get sucked out. Watch out, mister. And on that intake of that FX6 that I just slid that pre-filter on, little trick I learned from Ben Ochart. I did a video on it. Take like an 1/8" drill bit and drill holes all around. So you're gonna, they come with that screen. You're gonna pop that off. You're gonna drill some 1/8" holes all around it, just enough height to cover the height of your pre-filter. They're all different sizes. That way, when it's sucking in water, it's sucking through the entire surface area of your pre-filter and not just the bottom. If you don't do that, the bottom clogs within a day or two. But when you drill those holes and it's sucking through the entire surface area of that sponge, I can go a couple weeks before the thing gets clogged. So, pre-filter when keeping Oscars and sand is absolutely necessary. Let's see. Thanks for the tip. I use filter floss stuff. Okay, yeah, that works too. It does work, but the pot scrubbers are rougher, so they're going to get your harder, more stubborn algae off as well. Citric acid soaked paper towels. Let them sit flat on the glass for a couple of hours. Remove the paper and scrape away with these. Let me think about this so I don't sound dumb. But how can you use citric acid in an aquarium? A soaked paper towel. Wouldn't that put too much citric acid in the water? I mean, that's a good idea. That would work. But like with if you have inhabitants in the water, wouldn't that cause some kind of issue? Change water chemistry or something? I mean, it's citric acid too. Wouldn't that harm the fish? Plus, I'm impatient, so that process takes too long. I can just scrape it off. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, no, I'm talking about was just doing maintenance, getting it off. It's very safe. Okay. Well, my next step for now that I've got, sucked out what I wanted to, I already scraped the algae off the front and sides of the glass. Now I do my water change. I don't use the Python for that. I use a pump because the pump drains it faster, drains it outside, and now I only use my second Python system to fill the tank. Hey, Garcia, good to see you, bud. So what I use is this 800 GPH pond pump I got from Lowe's. Now, the important part of this pump you need to know is it needs to be in the water, right? It has to be in the water. If it's not in the water's not going to come out, right? So just note that. Hey, Bizzle, good to see you. And you'll be able to just watch the water level drop. It's going out my window. Like it says, I use citric acid to clean everything aquarium related. It's strong and calcium buildup, and yet all general and plastics and magnets. Okay. I always, if I have any calcium issues, I found a vinegar water mix does really well too. But I obviously realized that what you're doing is going to work a little quicker. Bizzle, thanks for gifting another membership. Appreciate you. Who got that one? Fired Up Slim Tim. Good to see you, buddy. Garcia's still in chat. But you can see that pump drops that a lot faster. You're not using a Python to run water all the time to suck the water out. Using a pump not only saves your water, it saves time and makes you more efficient when you have multiple tanks. Now I only use my Python to fill these aquariums, and I got that set up ready to go already. And I do have a Python hook. If you don't have one of these Python hooks, these are awesome. You gotta get one of these. So I'll chat with you while that's draining. Hey everyone, I'm about to drive. Who got gifted the I wonder who got gifted. I know it's random, so I wonder who got gifted the membership. That's cool. Bizzle has been a fantastic supporter of the channel. Once I get 8 members, I can actually start making, YouTube makes you wait to get 8 members so you can create videos and shout out videos. So I'm waiting on that. That's not a pressure to do a membership. That's if you want to. There's no pressure in doing that. I'm just mentioning. So the members I do have, I don't want them to get mad thinking I'm not showing appreciation. That's why I mentioned that. Vinegar isn't for me. I don't like the smell, and storing it takes space. Citric acid is a powder in a bag. Okay, vinegar does have a strong smell. I do like. I do use it. Before I started, using Windex, I was using a 50-50 vinegar water mix to clean my glass. I use it to clean the dining room table here when I'm finished with my maintenance as well. It does have a strong smell for sure, but it is natural, a little bit more natural than your harsh cleaners. See, here I have to be careful with what I clean with, no matter what room I'm in, because we have birds. We have a cockatiel and we have a Quaker, and they have very sensitive respiratory systems. So everything we do, we have to be natural with it, even down to, like, we're going to be painting this house and needs to be painted, and we have to be very careful. It can have no fumes, VOC free, all that stuff, because the smell, any fumes can travel through the ventilation systems for the air conditioning and go into the rooms. It's you got to be careful. A lot of people don't realize that when it comes to birds. They wake up one morning and they're dead but they didn't realize they painted a room and the fumes went in there and killed them. Very, very, very sensitive respiratory system. Yes, Getty, me too. I like it. But now for the tanks, I do Windex. It does a much better job. But vinegar is great. I did a video on that for getting the calcium buildups off your glass tops and things like that. Slim Tim says I'm using vinegar to soak salt cover equipment. Right. Oh. I was always curious how well it would work with saltwater aquariums and all that crap that gets built up, all that calcium. Atkins. Wizzle loves those. I put those together. It's just me making different faces. I thought it'd be funny. But on my iPad, when he puts those in, it shows up as the words. But if I look at those emojis those custom emojis I made on a phone, the pictures actually show up. So for whatever reason on my iPad, I'm not actually seeing the pictures. Right now we're about halfway, maybe we're a little over halfway. I like to do big water changes for these boys because I only do monthly water changes. That's all I need because I do big ones. Now, I think if I obviously did water changes like I used to, which was every couple of weeks, maybe even 3 weeks, I'd have less cyanobacteria building up in this aquarium. But I don't do that. Okay, Tim, we'll be looking out for that video for sure. Obviously, with these big Oscars, you can only take the water down so far. You have to give them room to still swim around. Now they still got plenty of room, so I'll probably bring that down to about here, and then we'll go ahead and start filling it back up. I made my little super secret 500 milliliter pump bottle for Prime. This way you don't have to have the gallon jugs with the pump they come with. You can get it. I don't know if Seachem makes the smaller bottles, but I made my own. Put a video out on that. Let's see. No copycats. NC Fish Fam. You got it. Was another salty fish keeper in here? Yeah, man, I got it from a bird dealer, and it was a sponsor on a Legend NASCAR team. Wow, that's cool. Well, I'd say that's low enough. Let me go ahead and unplug this pump and start filling it up. Have to cool that down a little bit. That water is a little too warm. So who can tell me, will a bucket of salt water in the sun grow algae? I'm wanting to put a bucket of brine shrimp outside. It says I was going to do salt, and then I got high, and then I got high. Hey, Luke from Virginia, good to see you. Dropped a like. Nice fish, relaxing to watch. Appreciate you. We are now filling back up. Yeah, that adjusted. We're good now. Luke Baker, good to see you. Hey, my fish. Good to see you, buddy. I just call you my fish. Good morning to you. Yeah, it's not normal. I'm streaming like this during the week. I'm usually at work, but I have this week off because I've been taking care of a lot of business with the family that's still ongoing, and a lot of issues came up. It's been a rough week, a lot of problems, but I'm getting them all knocked out. Amisa. Hey, Kalish, good to see you. Just popping in to say good morning and drop a like off to work. Have a wonderful day. And you as well. I appreciate you. Swiffle came in. Good to see you, buddy. I got 6. Seeing I got more free swimming. Awesome, Swiffle. I got 6 of those ones you helped me with on the last time I did one of these streams. There's 6 left, and they're doing good. They're getting bigger, and I keep up on them water changes and feed them, and they're getting bigger. Not bad for my first time, I suppose. Let's cool that water down a little bit. I'll be right back. So I got this tank. Appreciate the like, Luke. Appreciate the support. Yeah, these are a nice tank size, Luke. One of my favorite, 125 gallon. 125 gallon tank. You got a lot of options, a lot of things you can do. Even if you want a couple bigger fish like these Oscars here, you can put a couple of them in there. I see people putting arowanas in a 125. I personally wouldn't do that. But if it was like a grow out tank, but you had a bigger one for them, that would be okay. But definitely, I see people put 2 or 3 Oscars in with maybe even a Jack Dempsey or something in here. But me, I just have the 2 big Oscars. But it's a great size aquarium. Got lots of options, and they're still manageable. Like if I had to, I could move this aquarium myself with the water out of it. People said I'm mad at a lot of people say you can click on a picture and go to their channel. I hate they look that way. Yeah, if you're talking, because I think you're a mod, Blizzard. If you're talking about just going to people's channels as a mod, you should be able to do that. Mod, yeah. Must be a koi fish, really, like a carp. Must be a. Luke, these are, if you're talking about these guys, these are a South American cichlid. These are Oscars. Yeah, Oscar fish. They're a South American cichlid. They get big. They can get up to 18 inches. They have a little attitude. These are tiger Oscars. They're real scientific names like Astronautus, something or other. No, thank you. I enjoy the questions. Okay, I can mod you. Just while this is filling up, let me go grab my phone and we'll hit you with mod. dwarf cichlids would be crazy. I mean, a dwarf Oscar, that'd be insane. No, that's okay, Jeff. That's all good, man. Just come in and out as you like, buddy. Yes, sir. So Tim can't wait to set up my 120 for my new Oscars. Okay, made it home. Quick drive home today. Nice, Atkins. Glad you made it safe. Someone told me that watching fish swim in tanks helps with anxiety. Yes, yes. If you truly sit there, you understand, Luke. It does work. That's a lot of the reasons why we keep fish in this community. It is very relaxing. I just put a post out asking just about this subject. Do you truly sit and enjoy? Or it was a video and a post. Do you truly sit and relax watching your fish, or are you spending more time adding things, changing things, doing work in them? And the poll, out of the three, most everybody actually sits and watches their aquarium. Now, if you have the ability and you can do it, to actually sit down, grab a cup of coffee, grab a water, whatever you want to drink, and you just sit and you watch a tank, it will relax you. Unless someone's holding your head in the tank. D. Bit of my cat saw that he won't relax. Yeah, even my one boxer, so I have some of my tanks, even this one here, he'll bring his head up and see the fish swimming around and fusses about it and wants to try to go after them and go like this. All right, Bizzle. Appreciate you, man. Be safe. Yeah, huge stress reliever for sure. And the nice thing about Oscars is, unless they get spooked, this is what they do. They just slowly and easily meander around the aquarium, and it's very relaxing to just even watch them. Had to blow that water up a little bit. There's an awful lot of eggs. I put it a short on a little Oscar. Okay, I'll check that out. I was sitting this morning going through everybody's shorts, and I didn't see. Obviously, I won't come across everybody's, but in the mornings, first thing I do is I like to get on YouTube and go through everybody's support, and that's when I like to comment and check all you guys' content out. But not always can I get through them all. Here's a still baby. Yeah, I got these guys when they were little. It's amazing. He was probably the size of his head then. haven't posted anything in a long time. Yeah, that happens, Atkins. I haven't put a short out in forever because I've been so busy doing live streams and videos and posts. And then, like I said, with everything that's been going on lately, I haven't had time to do anything much else. Not that shorts take a long time to put out, 15, 60 seconds, right? But I just haven't put a short out in a while. What do you guess? Bread my GFP copper. Okay, I see you have someone taking half. Jesus, hold on, guys. I gotta answer this. Hey, sorry about that. I'm back. Let's see. Let me get caught up. Chat tank's almost full. Online shopping. I do need to go back again sometime, more than likely. All good, Luke. Appreciate you. These guys don't need to eat. I fed them good yesterday, I believe it was. And I put big chunks of frozen krill in there as a treat. I don't do frozen foods all the time. But these big mouths, it's the thing about Oscars is some people say, oh, you can keep up to a 6-inch fish with them. You can keep a 6-inch fish with them if that fish is semi-aggressive and can hold his own, because these guys can fit more in their mouth than you think. I put a piece of frozen krill in there. It was about that big, that long, and about that wide. They put the whole thing in their mouth. Hey, Jim's Fish, good to see you. Must be talking about the wife, Jim. Go ahead and plug this power head back in. This big log here, I'm sure you've all seen this in the stores. I've had it forever. I'm not a big fan of fake decorations. Now, this one's okay, it looks real. But what made it look even better is all the blackbeard algae that's built up on it. It makes it look a lot more natural. I would take it out here, but this guy right here loves that log. He sleeps in it every night. And if he goes in there, he kicks him out. That's his log. I have to leave it in there. Now, I was thinking about some DIY caves that I can make, bigger ones for these guys, because the amount of money they want for a large enough cave for an Oscar of this size, they want way too much money for. So I actually thought about taking like a 5-gallon bucket, cutting the end off so it's open on both ends, and then doing something like siliconing gravel to it, small pebbles, or even sand. But then I'm thinking, now that I'm going to have this big gaudy bucket in here taking up all this room, and I like to give them as much room as possible to swim around. So I'm trying to think of a DIY cave that I could make that's big enough for him, because he gets in there, but he has to go in like sideways, and he digs out the sand so he can fit. Now he continues to do it. Doesn't seem to be bothering him. He does like it. But I'd love to be able to think of a DIY big cave I could make for him. I'd make 2 of them, but I had 2 of these when they were smaller in here, and the orange tiger Oscar, he was claiming them both. Terracotta pot, silicone, dragonstone. You know, yes, and I do have some larger terracotta pots in a couple of these tanks. Love the way it looks. But I would imagine I'd have to get one of the biggest terracotta pots Lowe's would sell. Jim says he's only 2 inches now. Okay. Cinder block caves. How would you put that together? Would I have to put a couple of them? Like, how would that work? Would cinder block maybe be a little too rough? Like, because they braise against stuff. I don't want them to get scratched or take his slime coat off or something. Cinder block. Yeah, once it gets all that blackbeard algae on it, that would look cool. I just don't know how that would work. Got some good ideas. I like the idea. I like the terracotta pot idea too. I thought about that before. I'd have to go see how big a one they got. How tall? Oh, let's go get the tape measure. This is hard to do, but I'm gonna say he's about 5.5 inches tall. Atkins says 7 knuckles. You can sand that just smooth. Okay. And he is. I know he's longer than 8 inches. We're gonna go ahead and plug the FX6 back in now. Yeah, he's about 5.5 inches tall. And he's obviously bigger than the albino. 5.5 inches. I know he's over 8 inches long. And he manages to squeeze into that log, like I said. But I'd like to get maybe a couple bigger ones for the both of them. But he's most likely going to try to claim them both, anyways. PVC and fitting 6 inch. I have a big PVC T fitting in this 125 gallon community tank. A lot of those fish love that in there. Yeah, something like that. I know there's stuff out there, but just getting some suggestions from you guys, and so far I see some pretty cool ones. Once this aquarium's done filling up, we're done with this tank. And we're just going to go right around the room. The next, we're going to go over here to the 75 gallon Jack Dempsey tank. There's a big Oscar or Pleco in there as well. That'll be the next one in line. And we're just going to go right around the room. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 aquariums to do, maybe 9 and 10. 9 and 10 down here are just 10 gallons. One of them over here is a 20 gallon long. But the sand cap dirter tanks, they don't need it. Everything stays low in there. I just do top offs in those aquariums to get the fresh water in as needed. You know, I thought about that because, you know, you go to the Petcos, you go to the PetSmarts, they have the lizard caves. I would imagine as long as it's made out of like a resin or plastic or whatever it is they make them out of. I've even seen some DIY foam things you can make cut out of foam, but you have to with the foam. You've got to weigh those down because they'll just float. Skitty says they make those to sit against the side of the glass so you can see in. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. This tank's full. Let me go shut this water off and we'll pan over and get started on the 75. think what I'll do, I wasn't going to do it this way. Bear with me with the shaking of the camera. As I've been saying, I've been helping my father-in-law clear his house out. As you know, his wife, my mother-in-law, I told you guys about that, passed away. And so he wants to sell the house and is getting rid of all of his stuff. And he's not going to have a house. It's going to be just going back and forth between both of his daughters. 6 months out of the year, 6 months out of the year type of thing. That's how he wants to spend his time now. He wants to be with family. One of the cool parts of that is he's had this family go in and pick out everything they wanted of the stuff they have, and then the rest is going to get sold or given to Goodwill. Well, one of the things I found was this tripod I got you on, and it's much better quality than the tripod I've been using. Pretty impressed with it. So I got a cool tripod that I do like a lot better. Ceramic could work, just have to find someone with a big enough kiln. That was a joke, and I'm glad you didn't acknowledge it, Jesse. All right, guys, this is the 75-gallon Jack. I call it the Jack Dempsey Cup. This is Mr. Jack, South American. You could call it a South American tank. We are going to go ahead and get, because there's a big pleco in here. I don't know if you can see him over here. He's right there on the side of the glass. They poop a ton. So because of that, there's a lot of poop in here that I do like to get sucked out. If you don't, it gets stinking real bad and fouls the water. We all know that. Dean says use a glass fish bowl and paint it with Krylon and make a great cave. I don't think those glass fish bowls would be big enough, man. He likes to go in and out, so I need something that's open on both ends. June has a trash tank. What's that mean, Sketty? I think that Pleco's still sleeping, and I don't want to startle him. He gets startled easy. I don't want him to flip out. She puts bottles and junk in with the Oscars. Oh, okay. Well, let me go ahead and turn on the outside Python so I can start cleaning up poop, and then we'll do the same with the water change. I don't know if you can see, but over here I made a cave with using driftwood rocks and a flat rock, and the Dempsey likes that area. And here's the terracotta pot. They like them both. Well, that's a cool idea, Atkins. This jungle bell is finally starting to take off pretty good in here. This Pleco is going to freak out because this is what he does. I'm trying to avoid that. Surprisingly, there's not as much poop in here as I thought there would be. It's because I speak about it all the time. I put the power head on the same side as the filter inlet. So the flow comes this way and back, and it takes everything, most of it, to the filter inlet and gets taken out. I don't know what the hell I just sucked up, but it's making the flow slow down. Probably gonna have to go out and clean out the fill valve. Yeah, the fill valve. So I'm losing suction. But to be honest, the only other tank I'll need this outside Python system for is the 55-gallon Tiger Barb tank. After that, it's just pulling water and putting water back in. And we're pulling water out. She feeds alligators at work. So the next aquarium in line is the African cichlid and Buna tank. With this one here, I do add cichlid lake salt, so I'm going to go ahead and get a cup of water and get some of the salt dissolving. Now for this particular application, you do 3/4 of a teaspoon for every 10 gallons of water. So that'd be 10, 20, 30, 40, and I always do 50 gallons worth. And pre-dissolve it before I put it in. After I fill the tank up, while it gets filled up, I'll slowly add the cichlid lake salt in. Hey, Stephen P., good morning. A little over halfway now. Do you check TDS before and after you add the buffer? No, Atkins, I do not. I do have a TDS meter though. If I remember right, when I did this tank, I can't remember what it was at, but I just add 50 gallons, maybe 40 gallons at times of cichlid lake salt every time I do a water change. I've been doing that for a while now, and there's no issues, and everyone seems happy and healthy, and you name it. But I do not check the actual value. That'll be good there. We'll go ahead and stop this pump. Let's send the water. Now, when I was talking earlier about this, oh, this is that old aquarium I was talking about. It has the calcium permanently etched in the glass. You can really see it. That's what all this bright white is right here, and the water level's low. Yeah, it doesn't really ever dissolve completely, Sketty. I've noticed that. I just get as much as it'll do and pour the rest in. Whatever it is, it is. Hackett says water flow and heat. The cooler and lower flow, the slower it dissolves, and vice versa. Okay. What's in it? Calcium sulfate takes a day to dissolve in my tanks. We're discussing cichlid lake salt. I use Seachem cichlid lake salt in my Mbuna tank over here. We're doing next. I pre-dissolve it. Now, I'm going to tell you guys the trick. You don't need all this logic that Atkins is throwing out. You need one thing to make this dissolve faster. You get the water in a cup. You put the salt in for how much you need. Then, you have to go to your local ice cream shop for this, or your frozen yogurts, and you have to go get you one of these bad boys. Right? This is the key. Now pay attention here. This is the key. The long spoon, right? You're going to put that bad boy in here. You're going to stir it up. And I stir, and I stir, and I stir, and I stir. And that right there is what's going to dissolve it instantly. That's an instant dissolve, right? The good stuff spoon, right? Instant. The red spoon is key. You just got to keep stirring. And stirring and stirring. Usually I have this put together long before I started. I'm a little behind. And you just keep stirring. You can see it's getting cloudy up now, and it's starting to dissolve real fast now. And that's all you need, the red spoon. You see? It does. Nano's right. It has to be red. It can't be blue. You have to have the red spoon. Hashtag spoon man. You got it. So we don't care about what's in the salt. We don't care, although we'll love the knowledge, Atkins, but the flow don't matter, the temperature don't matter. You just need the red spoon, see? Oop, that's too hot. Let me pull it down. It wasn't hot, it was just too warm. That's much better. Let's see here. I think Koro has a gadget. Yes, I want to get one of those magnet spinners. I've heard about those things. He showed me that. I watched it on his video. Those are cool. But if I get one of those, then I don't need the red spoon. This here has solved a lot of scientific problems. I've always said, all this technology, and you can't beat a good stick, right? Well, in this case, you just can't beat a good red spoon. Hey, my wife just said she doesn't like Bavarian cream filled donuts. I don't know about you, but those donuts are amazing. I could frame it. Magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, potassium sulfate, sodium chloride, aluminum sulfate, iron sulfate, potassium iodide. Is that what you're saying is in Cichlid Lake salt, Stephen P? I think the Dempsey must have went in the terracotta pot. Here, there, he jumped out. All donuts are good. Atkins says, I'm not technical. I only use a scale and measure by grams and use a magnetic stirrer. That's more technical than me, sir. But I'd like to get one of those magnetic stirrers. Yep, that's presented. Okay, thanks, Stephen P. I've been using it for years. I got a whole big bottle I keep using, and I don't know, man. The Mbunas look great. Did anybody see this Dempsey go in this terracotta pot when I was off? It's got to be in there. Yeah, he's in there. Now, I don't know what it is. Cream donuts, regular donuts. I just got $15 gift card to Dunkin'. Ooh. Well, you can't see it because of this crazy calcium that's perma-etched in the glass, but I have one of those Fluval C power heads in this aquarium. What I've noticed about those, out of any power head I've ever used, is when you unplug them and you plug them back in, sometimes they get reversed. And it wants to blow backwards and out the vents. You have to keep unplugging it and plugging it back in to get it to go in the right direction. Now, originally when that first happened, I thought maybe the impeller was dirty. Took it apart, cleaned it, did the same thing. So that's just the one downside I can say about the Fluval C power heads, is that every once in a while they will reverse their direction. Just got a notification for a moving fish line. So I'm fully submerged. The hook was huge. $55 total for my customers. This is for my customers. They love me this week. Oh, they give you tips, Tim? Nice. I like tips. Hey, Tim, I'm going to give you a tip. This is something you're always going to want to remember. Okay, you ready for this? Are you ready for this tip? Hey, Sweet Koi, good to see you. Here's my tip for you of the week. And always remember this. Never fry bacon naked. Okay? Remember that. That's a problem. That is a problem. Never fry bacon naked. You don't want to do that. You're still using AC power heads when you're going to try out DC. Yeah, I'm using AC. I like plugging them in. DC power heads. Where do you get those at, Atkins? Higer makes them. You know what? I contacted Higer asking if I could review some of the products, and they turned me down. So I really don't want to buy a power head, although I might have to buy one just to try out the DC one, see how I like it. And I'm assuming they're held on by magnets, or is it suction cup? Yeah, they do have good prices. Hiker is coming out with some really cool stuff lately. I've been watching Patty's Aquatics, and they send him stuff, I think, monthly. And they're coming out with some really cool stuff. I'm pretty impressed with. Like that one he did with their new Wave power head. It's big, but it's got some really cool features. Yeah, Garcia, I have I've had last Thursday and Friday off, and this entire week. That's why I'm able to get some of these live streams in. I have been having lots of problems this week with several different things, and at the same time helping clear out my father-in-law's house um, because he's selling that. So I do these tank maintenance streams in the morning sometimes when I can. Held on my magnet, very cool. That's what she said. This big piece of driftwood came from the Myrtle Beach Inlet. Got from a buddy of mine. Let's go ahead and plug this FX4 back in. Canister filter still got some good flow. As long as it's coming out nice and clean. The price you pay for a cheap DC power head is going to run circles around the AC power heads. I'll have to try one out, Atkins, for sure. Maybe I'll get one ordered. Any in particular one you recommend? Or is it just the only one kind they sell? Do they make them for all size tanks? Red spoon. Let's keep it getting dissolved there. Dissolve, dissolve, dissolve. This is like a magic wand. Hashtag red spoon. See, I turned the power head on and it's going in reverse. Reverses polarity for whatever reason. Hey, Queen Chambers, good to see you. Of course, he said I got bad news. I got bad news. I had to take down my fish room in the dining room. The ceiling looks like it's about to come down. Oh, that sucks, Garcia. Were you just going to move them and set them back up somewhere, I'd imagine, but I'm sorry to hear that. This tank is just about filled. I'm going to go ahead and turn this water off. All right, now we're going to move to the Mbuna tank. Hey, Jess, I didn't know the Subway sells fish food now. Took me a minute. I got it. You bastard. Some better view, I think. Luke's back in. Good to see you. Hey, Queens. Didn't know that could be an issue with solar panels. To be honest, Melvin, that sounds like an adult channel. I always take a minute. It always takes a minute for you to understand, yeah. Garcia's always coming into my lives. And Jim and Happy Place Aquatics, and I do it too. He says, I told Jim, I said, Jim feeds his fish cat food. And then so he would come on my live and tell me I feed my fish kibble. And Garcia is getting in on the action, telling me I feed all my fish dog food and obviously now human food. That's why I didn't get it at first, Garcia, because we always talked about dog food, not human food. Let's unplug the FX4 on the Mbuna tank, get that pre-filter changed because these are big sand diggers too. And we'll go ahead, pull some water out, put some water in. Oh, got to keep stirring. All you need to dissolve cichlid lake salt fast. But to be honest with you, you can do this. It probably still take a couple days for it to fully dissolve because when I pour it in, it's still getting chunks of it. But it's no big deal. It goes in the aquarium and it'll eventually dissolve in there. What hasn't? In the cup with the magic red spoon. I got a lot of babies in here, so in the past I've taken like a media bag and put it over my pump because I don't want to suck any in. But I've also done it not doing that, so we'll see how it turns out. My grandpa fed kibble to fish in a lake. Oh boy, they'd probably eat it. Fish will eat anything. They'll put it in their mouth, spit it out if they don't like it. Those Subway macadamia chocolate chips. You stop lying, Garcia. You stop. Why don't you stop? love water spray, but it is messy. See my fish cockatiels. I'm gonna change it to Sarah. I thought green like royalty meeting grandmother. I don't really use my channel. And we are draining. I have a question for you guys. I have a question for chat. Are you guys ready for this? Nope, that's the magic red spoon. If you have one of these in your fish room, it solves all problems, including dissolving salt. This is a key fish room tool that solves all problems. Hashtag magic red spoon. Hey, I always mess this up. Canisteo Valley Cichlids, good to see you again. Anyways, I got a question for you guys. Oh, just so you know, you can get these at any ice cream shop or yogurt place. You want to get them as many as you can. This thing solves disease issues, dissolving issues, sand issues, anything you can think of. This magic red spoon will solve it. Anyways, my question is, I want to know which one of you sons of bitches are going to get me a cup of coffee. I need some coffee. Yeah, water sprite is a great plant. It even does well in this more salty environment with mbunas, which eat plants. But it is a messy plant. That red spoon was in your must-have video. Sweet pays attention. It was in my must-have video. If a moderator wants to share that video in chat, you're more than welcome. Huh? You're good. Sketty's good. We see who's paying attention. We see. Jesse doesn't tell nobody. Let me see. Hey guys, Jesse didn't tell nobody yet. I heard that he's going to do a giveaway. Garcia's in here trying to stir crap up. There will be giveaways coming, especially to the channel members. If you look through the memberships, you'll see those um, details. Now, everybody on my channel is eligible for a giveaway, but if you are a channel member, you are eligible for a lot more valuable giveaways when they are available. And what I mean by valuable giveaways is things like filters. Maybe I get a Fluval canister filter. Maybe I get a hang on the back filter. Those are more, expensive stuff like medications and things like that, products, all in the different tiers. So I'm glad you brought that up, Garcia. You tried to stir crap up, but it turned it. I swung it. You see what I did? I swung it. I went ahead and swung it and turned it into a positive. So your shenanigans aren't going to work here, okay? Down there pretty low. Just I watch your videos. I don't always comment, but I try to always. Oh, I know you do, and I know everybody does in here. I'm just messing, but I certainly appreciate you saying that, Sweet, because you're 100% right. I did have that in my must-have tools video. That's good enough. Prime's like that 10-millimeter socket. When you can't find it, you're looking everywhere. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and done. You get to see a video I've made on making these little pump bottles. You get to see how nice they are in action. Let's fill this bad boy up. Oh man, did you see that? Oh man. Uh-oh. I'll explain this in a minute. So usually when I'm refilling this aquarium, I do it on the other side over here. When all that water came in and hit that sand, it filled that little cave up with sand. That's my big yellow lab spot. He loves that spot. He's constantly digging out and defending it. He's going to be mad at me now. He's going to be mad at me. We have a guy over here who has a red colander. Yes, Getty, I wanted to do something on my channel that like Wizzle and Junior members. Shush. Anyone that's going to be willing to give me a monthly membership, they're going to get rewarded, you know. And when someone's paying you, you should expect something above and beyond the rest. So as you go up in tiers, things are going to get better and better. I want to provide that. I don't want to just give away free sample packs of food and things like that. You know what I mean? I want to do something of value for those people who support me. So, and the giveaway is going to be the red spoon. Oh, no, I can't give that away. Yeah, that's priceless. That's a priceless tool. You're talking blasphemy, Garcia. Luke says I'm doing some house chores and snacking. Well, that sounds Luke, I got to tell you, that sounds boring. I don't like doing house chores. Ugh. But I appreciate you being here while you're doing it. I should be doing both of those, Luke. Oh, another thing I could share. A while back, I did a video on how, the thermometers we get from the store, they always come with terrible suction cups. Suction cups on these thermometers suck. Get those in the old PetSmart and Petco's, right? They come with them white suction cups that always fail. They never stay stuck to the side of the glass. I put a video out on how to fix that. Flugel actually makes a really good suction cup. Take a couple zip ties. You can get a Flugel suction cup on here that works really well. Because I love using these. They're cheap and they're bulletproof. They always are going to be accurate. But as a follow-up to that video on this live stream, we could talk about that being, as you see, several of them have finally came detached off the side of the glass, but they last a heck of a lot longer than those crappy ones. Warm that pig. Warm it up a little bit. So while I'm filling, I have my pre-dissolved cichlid lake salt here. We know it's dissolved because of the red spoon. We've talked about that. I like to add it in as it's filling, little by little. As you can see, the white sediments floating around there a little bit. It doesn't all dissolve, even with the magic red spoon, but it gets a lot of it. Steam pieces. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but members only giveaways can be tricky in a legal sense. Lottery laws and whatnot. I know large channels have been reported. Lame, I know. No, not being lame, Stephen P. I appreciate the input because I'm just new to this. I know when I was setting those up, when I first got monetized, if I said giveaways and then I submitted it, YouTube declined it. It was declined. They did not because after you set those up, they have to review it, right? Well, it got declined like 3 times. When I changed it to gifts and not giveaways, it passed. They reviewed it and it was good. It was accepted. So yeah, definitely any knowledge you have, because you've been monetized longer than me, you can tell me, and I can change it, and figure out how to do it, something for my members of value. But I know I see people giving away things like that all the time. So anything you can give me, any advice you can give me, because this is something I want to do. I mean, my members are going to get more valuable things. I want to give something back to them of value. Because if you're paying somebody on a channel monthly, they deserve to get something for that above and beyond the normal. But I appreciate that insight. Pay to play principle. I know you got to be careful with things like gift cards, because I think Ben Ochart made that mistake one time. He got given gift cards and said if you give a super chat $20 or more, you can get in the running for a gift card. You can't do that. I know that. But I definitely want to do it right, and I don't want to get in trouble. So any advice you have, let me know. And Stephen P., if you have more knowledge about it and you want to contact me, I'm on Discord, I'm on Messenger, I'm on Instagram. You can message me on either one of those places so we can chat about it, because I want to make sure I'm doing it right. I think it's mostly safe for us small timers. It's just an issue with someone who decides to go through the trouble of contacting your state attorney general, and if they care enough, oh, I got you. I got you. That makes sense. You know, whether it's something that I would buy myself, or maybe I got from someone to review and I didn't need it. That's why I say when available. So whether I buy a filter or I buy something, or I have it, or I got it from a company to do a review on and I didn't need it, that's what I'm talking about, to give away. Now I'm assuming if I purchase something with my own money and I want to give it away on a members only live stream type of thing, that would be legal, because if it's bought and paid for by me and I want to give it to somebody, that should be legal. Is that correct? I wish I knew definitive what can be done with the members on them, because there's probably various. It sounds like it's one of the things you probably have to learn by making the mistake, right? And learning in real time. The camera on this iPad is actually too bad, is it? So this is our third tank. It's just about done filling up. Then we're going to move over here to the 55-gallon Tegobar tank. This one I will have to use the outside Python system hook to the garden hose, because it too gets cyanobacteria in it a little bit. I like to get all that out as much as I can. And then same thing, pump, drain, and fill with my inside Python system. These guys they're doing great. Nice. I put some stuff out by the road. It's been out there for about a week. Finally, someone's picking it up. Let's see. Luke says, sure. Laws are confusing, and you were probably right. Steven says, I bet a first come, first served giveaway is safer than randomized, or make the giveaway open to all. But if a channel member wins, they can get an upgraded prize. That's a good idea. You think that'd be the safer way? Yeah, I'm learning, like I said, so I love this advice and ideas and suggestions. But if a channel member wins, they get upgraded. I like that. Okay, so I could do the Fish Fam link wheel, make it open to everybody, and if a channel member wins, they get an upgraded prize. I like that. I'll have to change that. I'll go into YouTube Studio later and change that. I like that. We'll go with that. It's a good idea. Because as I've been saying all along, once I get to this point, and I'm like less than 200 hours away from 4,000 watch hours. So I believe once you hit 4,000 watch hours, you actually start making revenue on your content based on views. And once I start bringing in more revenue, and I'm going to save all that money in a separate account, I'm going to use that money to do things like this, give back to you who've supported me and helped me get here. I got big plans for my channel and for everybody involved and all the Fish Fam and all my members as well. I just have to get some revenue to do it. And I've already got some, because You know, I got a couple members. Brizzle's been a great supporter, sending me super chats and stuff, and it's been helping a lot. And all that money is getting built up. And it's all going to go back into the hobby and giving back to you guys. That is my plan. That's what I said all along. I'm sticking to it, and that's always going to be that way. Go ahead and get the rest of the cichlid lake salt in. Yeah, you know, I got moderators. I got people that hang out in my chats, on my live streams like you all. I got members. Those people will be rewarded on my channel. Because I've been through that. I've been through this. I have been a paying member of somebody's channel. I'm not going to mention names. It's none of you guys. It's a higher up channel. I've been a member. I've been a mod. I've constantly commented on their content. Their live stream is always there, sharing the links. I was also a paying monthly Patreon member of their channel for upwards of a year, the better part of a year. And as time went on, to me, other than if you just want to support that channel because you love what they do and you love their content, which I did, I still do. But if you know, you're going to take the time to give that much time and money to a channel member, unless you don't care, you know, I think that person should be treated a little bit better among the rest. You know, someone that's supporting somebody like that. If you have a giveaway or every once in a while, do something nice for them above the rest because they do so much for you. You need to show back that appreciation. I feel that's important, and that's the way my channel is going to roll. All right, this tank's filled up. We're going to go ahead and move to the next one. Cool. I'm glad you guys agree. Yeah, I'm going to take care of the people that take care of me, and that's how it should be for everybody, and that's how it's going to be for me. I like Stephen P's idea. Maybe I could do something along the lines of that. Do a giveaway, but if a member wins, maybe I'll have like 2 or 3 things lined up where you can say, okay, if you win, you get a choice from XYZ. You pick, I'll send it to you. And I promise you, it's not going to be little sample packs of food and little small things. It's going to be valuable items. Medications, products, filters, you name it, power heads. Whether I have to purchase it or not, that's the way it's going to go. Okay, this tank is done. Let's move on to the Tiger Water tank. Man, I'm right up against this dang chandelier. Oh, this is annoying. You guys can probably hear that. I'm going to get settled. Bear with me. Okay. It is what it is. But I get memberships as gifts, so I feel like that they should get it. Well, I mean, you can I can see that on my channel who was gifted and who wasn't, Sketty. So we can sort those type of things out. Like Wizzle and June are members, and Wizzle has gifted like 6 memberships at this point. But still, you guys are in here supporting me and chatting with me too. So don't worry, I know who's going to get what. Hey, Myers, good to see you. Appreciate seeing you again. One of the cool things, and I've been wanting to discuss this on one of my main live streams like this, is doing those daily live streams that I've been doing lately. One of the good things about that is I have met some cool new people who are now coming in more often. I haven't seen her in a while. Haas is one of them. Myers, I met him on one of my daily live streams. There's JT Keeping Fish. Good to see you, buddy. So anything you do within this hobby, whether it's daily silent streams or daily streams with music, you know, you always are going to get something from it. And from that, I'm doing it to help my watch hours. You know, that's no question. But I have also met some cool new people when doing it as well. And that's what it's all about. Let's get started on this tank. I do have to go outside and turn my secondary Python system on. I'm going to have to clean it out. It's a little plugged up. Just give me a little bit. I'll be right back. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's see here. Quiz tonight. Cool, JT. But ICP offers the sponge for the question has been improved. I found that question again for fun. Whoop. I do have a clock, but it wasn't outside. It's ready. Back in action. Hey Nathan, good to see you. Well, let me go shut off this hose and put the pump in this tank. That one tiger barb was a little stressed out. It turned upside down. I've never seen him do that before. He like turned upside down for a second when I put the hose in there and then went back upright again. Do it again. Now, one cool thing in the summertime, I can take all the heaters out of my aquariums. I don't have to worry about heating the tanks. I don't have to worry about them being in there. I don't have to worry about them failing because we all know heaters always fail. You know, the internal switch is usually what goes on them because they're constantly turning on and off. It's either going to get stuck on, stuck off, or whatever the case may be. Or if you try to keep them in the tanks with like the Oscars over there, they like to play with them as toys. So in the summer months, I can take them out. My house regulates this heat around anywhere 76, 78 degrees. I was hoping the same thing would be the case in the winter, but it's not. In the wintertime, some of these tanks drop to like 72, although I think it'll still be fine because what I want to do is ultimately not have to use heaters at all. It's just an added expense. One thing I like about Tiger Bars, they're not really afraid of anything. They're all over that pump checking it out. This 55-gallon aquarium is actually my very first aquarium I've ever had years and years ago. My first aquarium, and it's still going strong. I don't know who the maker is. I think it's Tetra. I think this is a Tetra aquarium. Another good thing about having power heads in all your tanks too, getting the flow, you know, obviously that helps oxygen, keeps the tank clean, but also keeps cyanobacteria at bay. Because cyanobacteria doesn't like flow. You're going to see that it grows on the sand, the rocks, you know, anywhere behind a rock, anywhere there's low flow, it's going to grow. So one thing about having a power head going all the time, it really helps with that as well if you have that issue. I only have cyanobacteria that I get 2 tanks. That's the Oscar tank. And this one. Since then, I've reduced lighting, and I'm trying that as well. I know if I did increase water changes as well, it would help. So I may have to do that with a couple tanks, maybe a little bit more off the water changes. But when I do my water changes, I like to go around the room and do them all at one time. That's going to be plenty enough of a water change for this 55-gallon aquarium. The only thing in here is the Tiger Bars. So there's really not a whole lot of load on this aquarium, and I do got some pretty good plants in there. And we're filling back up. Let's get caught up on chat a little bit. Sketty and Nathan are talking, and the body part is silted clear. Time is money, that fixes most things. I fly to anyone's house, pay and take it. Oh yeah, free trip. Tim says a total blackout of the aquarium is the only way to get rid of bacteria, aka blue-green algae. Yeah, I've seen that, but I'll tell you what else works, Tim, is dose your tank with erythromycin. Cyanobacteria is tough because if you don't get it all, it will come back. So what I'd like to do is I like to remove everything I can physically, and then I will go ahead if if it's a bad enough case, I will dose erythromycin because cyanobacteria is a bacteria. It's not an algae. So erythromycin kills is a bacterial medicine. So erythromycin will kill off this cyanobacteria, and I have done that in this tank before, and it worked. But obviously, I didn't get it all, so here we are. But I have not tried the blackout method yet. That's okay. I got you. It's all good. Slim Tim. Appreciate you watching while you work. Still a little too warm. So depending on how everything goes, after this tank is done, we're going to go over to the 125-gallon goldfish tank. Then I got the 29, and then the last 125-gallon community tank. And that will be all the bigger tanks. Not that the 29 is a big tank, but it's in line with the rest of them. Then all I will have left is a 10-gallon female beta tank, 10-gallon longfin Serpe tetra tank. I don't need to do any of the sand cap dirty tanks, but I do like to do a water change with the male beta in this 20-gallon long here. But after I get the big tanks done, we'll see where we're at on time. We're already 2 hours and 15 minutes, which I don't have a problem with. And we'll just see where we're at. Steven's leaving, got a meeting. All right, buddy, catch you coming in and chatting with me and giving me some suggestions. While this is filling up, I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. 55-gallon Tiger Barb tank coming back up. Hashtag Magic Red Spoon. Now, one thing I've never told you is this. My name is Matt Foley. I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river. Now, you kids might be asking yourself, hey, Matt, how can I live in a van down by the river? Well, I'm going to tell you. Don't get a job. Do drugs. All right. This is the worst part, waiting for it to fill up. The bottleneck of the whole process. When I'm done and things settle, I'll go ahead around the room and feed these guys a little bit. They dropped it twice, 3 times on the list because they fired the agent because she was doing way too much. She was trying to see it has a multi-million-dollar house and people would Myers. We'll be living next door to him most likely. So while this is filling up, I'm going to get this crap sorted so I'm not stepping all over it. We're going to get this pump over to the goldfish tank. All we got to do there is pull some water out, put some water in. It stays clean because of the combination with the power head and the filter that I do. It never builds up. On this live stream too, we're also going to go have a look at my angelfish babies and how they're doing, because I do have to do a water change on that aquarium too. Hey, Yelling, good to see you. Appreciate you coming in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Moving forward, so I'm with a spray bar on this. The turns have tabled. Clever. We'll go ahead and do some power head action on this. Can anybody in chat, without Googling it, tell me where tiger barbs are from? No giggle. Not the zoo. I'm going to need you to try a little harder than that. No. Nope. Nope. Mr. Myers. Another name for the tiger barb is called the Sumatra barb. Maybe that will help. So they're from Borneo. Tiger barb is one of my favorite fish. What did Nathan do? All right, we are draining the 125-gallon goldfish tank. Believe it or not, I'll actually take this pump and put it in this 29-gallon to drain it too. It's just so much faster. It is a lot easier in California. Talking houses. We considered moving to Florida, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's so expensive down there. The house that I have in North Carolina right now is just, I'm sitting pretty. I got a fantastic interest rate. I'll have this house paid off before retirement. If I move anywhere else, it's just not going to happen. I have a 2,000 square foot brick ranch that's almost tripled in value since I bought it. So it'd be stupid for me to sell. Garcia called you, did he, Tim? Is he talking crap? Be careful when you're talking to Garcia, Tim. He feeds his fish dog food. Yeah, just saying, man. I am almost exactly 1 month from my last water change. It's been a month and a day. California is very affordable. I live in Northern Europe and was amazed how hot prices are. Oh yeah, man. I mean, you have to buy a $500,000 home in order to get a decent home. I know this because we've been looking into it. We have family down there. One of the guys that's part of the family member down there builds houses down there for a living. He's an executive at a house building company that goes around and builds $1 million houses, right? If you buy a $400,000 house in Florida, that is a fixer upper. You're going to need to do things. No thanks. Plus, people live there for ages and years and whatever, centuries. But they're predicting a pretty nasty hurricane and storm season this year. And I love the ocean and I love palm trees and I'd love to live there. But I think that's a place I'd like to visit on a vacation and then come back home because when them bad boys come through, you have nowhere to go but up because you have sea, three sides of you basically. And then when they just come through, if you're not smart enough to leave and evacuate early, you're trapped in gridlock traffic. I remember the one year the governor opened up both sides of the interstate so they could all get out faster. I don't think I want to place myself in that situation. Yeah, and I had some family members that just up here, and he confirmed that over $7 for gas. I mean, I think eventually all the states are going to get there. It's just inflation. Just hopefully we can get the government sorted out, get a better economy back, get this balance back out again. But I don't know, a lot of damage done already. But we don't need to talk politics. This is a fish keeping channel. One thing I like about water Sprite, talking about water Sprite earlier, all this water Sprite you see in here came out of that 20-gallon long. So instead of throwing it away, I went ahead and put it into the goldfish, give them something to eat. The Golden Dojo lotion here absolutely loves this water Sprite, resting in it, swimming in it. So once you get a bunch of water Sprite, it just grows and grows and grows and grows. Multiple uses for it. See that Golden Dojo lotion right there? Pin that down a little bit. If you evacuated Florida for a storm, then you're not a real Floridian. We throw parties, not running high. Famous last words, Nathan. Just takes that one to get you. Everybody says that. That will never happen to me. Then we're going to see Nathan on news at 8 on top of his house. It's coming, brother. Look, I don't care how long you live, wherever you live. It can even happen here where I live. You can't run away from natural disasters, but, and hopefully it never happens. I hope to God nothing ever happens, but one of them storms when you should have evacuated but didn't is going to come up and bite you in the ass. And we are refilling. I was working on a job site during the Gatlinburg fire from a chimney top. Crazy. The other day comes over sure to say hi to you. Tim says, I got a bad feeling, and it said we're leaving within 30 minutes of leaving the job site. We had an evacuation order to leave the area. Wow, that's cool. Glad you shared that, Tim. I'll be right back, guys, as this fills up. And continue chatting. Love all the activity, love all the chatting. Appreciate everyone being in here and hanging out with me. I'll be right back. So, talking about the storms, I heard they're predicting this season is going to be pretty active. Nathan, I don't know where you live in Florida, but I know they had a nasty storm going through there just the last day or two. A lot of rain. They're talking about a lot of floods down there. But I heard it's going to be they're predicting a very active hurricane season. You guys see anything about that? El whatever. El loco. El whatever. Tim's practicing his Spanish. I've been in Iowa 14 years, zero friends here. I hate that. Everyone is super nice, but they don't take to new people. Okay. Whatever out in the Pacific is just going to cause a bad hurricane season come fall. That's actually very, very fortunate. It says one good thing about all this rain is I was able to collect 100 gallons of it in an hour yesterday. I am now ready for water changes in all my tanks. It's not as low TDS or RO, but close enough. Well, very cool. That's something I've never got into, collecting rainwater. Good idea, though. I thought about setting up those collection systems. You are allowed to do it in North Carolina. What I find crazy is some states don't allow you to collect rainwater, and I think that's stupid. We're doing the goldfish now, Sketty. That's this tank here. It's already been drained, and we're filling it back up. You are behind, ma'am. Tim says, I'm getting ready to set up an ionic system again, and I'm going to collect rainwater. Very cool. And then I would like to know, what is the TDS? Aquaponics. That's what I kind of figured, Tim. It's illegal in Tennessee. It's legal in North Carolina. I don't know about Florida. I think it's legal in Florida too. But I just think it's crazy that you're not allowed to do that in some states. The goldfish is Sketty's favorites, but the Oscars are winning her over. I do know that, Sketty, from seeing your comments on my videos. I know that you really like the fancy goldfish. Yeah, Tim, that makes sense. Coro says there are amounts you have to stay under. It's really aimed at cattle ranchers and stuff who will build a reservoir and divert hundreds of thousands of gallons that will otherwise go. Okay, Coro, that makes sense. Appreciate you shedding some light on that. Yeah, but the trouble, and the rainwater that comes off the roof, you have to send it through a filtration system because it just gets filthy. Top says, what's the logic of making rainwater illegal? Coro said it right here. Top MF. Right out the gutter. What I've noticed about being down south here is a lot of houses don't even have rain gutters, which was totally blew my mind because I'm from the north and every house had gutters and downspouts. Down here, like this house I have, does not have rain gutters. They use diverters so they can divert the water from going on a driveway or across the front of doors, but most of these houses don't even have gutters. Good afternoon, Tim. It says, Coro, you are absolutely correct. I had to build a filter to run the water through to collect the grit from the shingles. It's okay, though, because it's free. Yeah. I'd imagine a tin roof. Even, you can get them rubber roofs. But, I mean, all the rainwater is going to have to go some kind of filtration system, right? I mean, you're not just going to collect rainwater and drink it. You have to filter it. You have to clean it. There's lots of ways of doing that. You can run it through like a gravel. You can run it through carbon blocks. There's multiple stages to get it cleaned and filtered down through to where it's drinkable, usable rather. Appreciate it, Tim. Look into the tin roof. It's a little cheaper than shingles. You get lots of different colors with the tin as opposed to the shingles. I mean, they have different color shingles, but you're limited to so many colors. With tin, you can get blue, you can get green, you can get red, black, whatever. I was talking to Tommy about this, Silver Creek Aquatics, because I wanted to get into it, like growing, like say, fruit or potatoes. The woman I got this goldfish tank from, she grew sweet potatoes, I think it was, out of her aquarium. And you can do spinach and all kind of stuff. But for these style aquariums, I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea because I'm adding things into these aquariums like your dechlorinators, right? So I wonder if you can even do something like that with your conventional style of fish keeping. Now, obviously with the dirted sand-cap tanks, where they're plant controlled and you're not putting anything in those aquariums, I can see that being okay. But I wonder if it's safe to grow and eat food out of a conventional style fish keeping tank where you're adding your dechlorinators. Maybe you're putting in, liquid fertilizers and things like that. I don't know if I want to eat anything grown in that kind of environment. Yeah, Coro's a book of information. That's why she don't throw stones. Got the SX6 plugged back into this when this is done filling off. We're going to go ahead and go over the 29 gallon. On all these tanks, I have some hang on the back filters as backup. I use them for extra filtration. I use them for spare established biomedia. And at times, if I want to or need to, adding chemical filtration is much easier to use in your hang on the back filter than trying to crack open a canister filter all the time. Usually I already have them running again, but I unplug them when I do water changes. I will just worry about that later after the stream is over because I have to do some cleaning on them as well. That's the only downside about hanging the back filters I don't like. They require a lot more maintenance than your canister filters. You have to clean out the inlets. They always get clogged. You need to pull the impellers out more often and clean them up so they don't get stopped. Or like you can see in this, when we get over here on this 29 gallon, I have an AC 110 on it. The flow is almost stopped. And it's because that inlet's plugged up with snail shells and dead plant leaves and stuff. I'm going to have to tend to that while I'm working on that one because that is the sole filtration for that aquarium. I don't need that big of a hang on the back on that aquarium. It's just a 29 gallon and it's very low stocking with small fish like platies and such. An ember tetra's in there, neon tetras, a Danio's in there, and rasboras. But it's at the time when I was setting it up, it's the only spare filter I had, and I like over filtering anyways. But with the amount of plants I have in this aquarium, I'm pretty sure I can just throw a sponge filter in that aquarium and it'll be fine. And that's what I will do, but I need more sponge filters. Skylight tube things. Remember to lube your impellers once a year. Yeah, with the canister filters, and I know you're talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about filtration in general, Tim. And I've spoke about this on many of my videos. A lot of people complain about the canisters leaking. Well, I lube all the O-rings on all my canister filters a couple times a year. If you're going to run these things for years and not lube the O-rings, they're going to get brittle and crack and you're going to have leaks. You need to keep them supple. You got to get a food grade grease and you got to make sure you get them all. You need to understand how the filter works, where all the O-rings are so you don't miss any, and you got to lube them up so you don't have leaks. If you keep those O-rings supple and clean,
Don't let sand get under it or a snail shell. You're going to be fine. So good point. Good point, Tim. I don't lube my impeller. I'm not real sure what you meant by that, but I clean it off with a toothbrush and the housings, the motor housings they go into. But that's I'll like pull off any like things that are wrapped around it and I stick it back in. Absolutely, and that's just like the AC 110s. You have to take that motor out every once in a while, lube that O-ring, and stick it back in. I wish Fluval would make a hang on the back with the motor inside the tank, so you don't have to worry about priming it. I'm surprised they haven't got with the game on that like everybody else. It says every 6 months, take them apart and clean them. Yeah, I had to take a part off, like because noise. Yep, we're all on the same page with that. It sounds like. Yeah, you can't plug these things in and let them go. Everything needs maintenance. If you're not going to do it, you're going to have issues. And these are the people that are in the reviews and bitching because they're filter leaks. They suck. They're no good. Well, everything needs maintenance. You can't expect anything to last forever without some sort of maintenance. The only tool that you need, and I put a short out on this, is a grease. Elbow grease. Once I get done with this 29 and this community tank, I'm going to take you down here and show you guys the angel babies and see how they're doing. I will do water change in that as well, but that's simple. Just a hose, the old start the siphon with the mouth routine and get it going. In-tank pumps they're much better design, and I don't know why Fluval hasn't jumped on that bandwagon. It's kind of crazy. Fluval, in my opinion, is one of the best filters that you can get, and it's crazy after all these years that they have not made a hang in the back where the pump is in the water, so you don't have to worry about priming. It's the only thing about the AC 110s, the AquaClear filters in general, I don't like, is you have to prime them. When power goes out, they're not going to keep pumping. Aqueon is one of my favorite. They're quiet whisper filters. They're whispers. Love those filters. You don't have to prime them. They last forever. They don't break the bank. It's a good filter. I am not impressed with Marineland's filters. The bio wheel is a joke. They're a joke. That's just a money making scheme. And half the time, I feel like they're on the same line of the Tetra Whisper hang on the back filters. In a not so long period of time, they get noisy. They're chintzy. They clog up and stop easy. I'm not impressed with the Penguins, the Marineland Penguins, or the Tetra hang on the backs. Now I've had some Tetra hanging-backs last forever, but they easily get clogged and stop, and they're noisy and they rattle. Tim says, I'm using what Father Fish said on your live stream to start safe. And yeah, I'm glad you remembered that and saw that. It does work. Keep water out of your mouth. Hold it up like this, and then start it, and then bring it down. The overhead filters are much better than those bio wheels. Those bio wheels are a joke. Nathan says, I like Marineland, but I haven't used the Fluval before. I don't use those wheels on the Marineland HUB just for that crap away. Yeah, they just get in the way half the time, and they don't even spin. I like them better after Fisheries sound video. I wondered if the noise is worse for the fish. I don't know. I just know that. Oh, shit. That was close. I have never overflowed a tank, and this was the closest ever. Thanks to me doing a live stream and doing it. That was close. It's up. The water's touching that ledge that the glass lid would sit on. It's up underneath that ledge. I'm gonna let that suck down a little bit before I pull that python hook out. That was close. Her bio wheels never spun. Wet dry sumps are better than bio wheels. The bio wheel is a gimmick, yeah, but I will say Marineland makes more specialized products. Tetra just makes a bunch of entry-level products across the board. Marineland makes pumps and filters. Yeah. I have used Aqueon, Tetra, Marineland, Fluval, Top Fin. And I've got to say, my favorite filters are Fluval and Aqueon. Don't blame us for overfilling. Nope, I wasn't blaming you. I was blaming myself. Let's move over here to the 29 gallon. Yep, 29 gallon. I'm going to put an 850 gallon GPH pump in that bad boy and drain it. You think I'm joking, but here we go. The Wolf series is the best. I'm looking at C-shaped canisters. I'm actually adding back the HOB to some tanks on two of the two I put on a canister. The stocking level is what's for one sponge filter plus a water clarity. I got you. I get that Nathan sponges don't polish water for shit. Yeah, they really don't, and they don't get the large debris. That's good enough for a small tank like this. there in there somewhere. I gotta go clean this filter inlet on that thing. I got it over at the sink. Yeah, all the sponge filters I get is those top fin ones you get at PetSmart. They're more fine. Um, I've had good luck with them. They keep the tank okay clear, but you know, sponge filters have their own application. I only use them for small tanks. Sponge filters with an air stone are better. Yeah, you're talking about when you hook the line up and inside internally there's air stones.
Oh God, Daddy, they're so fast and freaking out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, there's the other one. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, 5. Good. Oh, no. No, it's just fucking box. Got that on sale.
Hey, Pete Tag, good to see you, buddy. Tough in has pretty good sponge filter with a great diffuser. The bottom where I did a video on it. Yeah, I like them. Co-op clogs too easy. See, I heard co-ops was they marketed it because it doesn't clog as much, but they're more coarse. So I never understood how that worked.
1, 2, 4, 5. Good.
Because they're more coarse, I can understand that they won't clog, but they also would, you know, not filter as well easy either. Bigger pores means less surface area and generally still get clogged too easy. I agree with that. And that's why I love this community. We can all agree to disagree, and that works for one, work for another. Yeah, yeah. And shared stories and learning. That's my favorite. One of my favorite things about doing live streams and you guys hanging out with me because I learn something almost every time. Well, it's gonna be time to clean the sponge in that aqua clear. do that now.
Sorry, I didn't pay attention.
Oh, that's all right. I was on it.
Okay. I was just.
See how that lid's picking up on that aqua clear because I think that sponge just needs clean and it's not allowing the basket to go down. 30 years of fish keeping. Wow, that's a long time, Tim. No, we can mess with each other. No one gets mad. I learned a long time ago to close your mouth and open your ears because you don't know everything. Drain, engage. Come here. Come here. You guys listen, you might be able to hear my bird back there, the one cockatoo. Come here. What are you doing? Love the hook. Love the hook. How mom they don't have the tank to start the hook for me. Mom had a tank for many years and gave it to me when she moved them. I had to move and couldn't take it with me. Now I'm back into it. Yeah, I got you. I can understand that, Nathan. Steam's pouring out of your ears, boy. Now, another thing you need to get a hold of is the official fish room bench. See here? That's right. Good for sitting and working. 5-gallon bucket sits on one grate. Great for assimilating new fish. If you assimilate, Maybe you have a fish with dropsy or bloat, and you need to give them a 30-minute Epsom salt bath. Lots of uses. That's the official fish room bench. And Depths, Nathan built one too. He used PVC pipe. And he built it so when the water's coming in, he has it coming down and spreading out, not straight down, so it doesn't blast the substrate. But I've never found it to be an issue. I love the hook. Now, if you filling up a dirted sandcat tank, having a way for that water to come out and be diffused would be a fantastic idea. But for most of my tanks, with what I do, the hook is good. So periodically, with any hang on the back, and why I say especially with the Aquafare 110s is this. 110s come with a big sponge. This thing's a monster. And you have to clean that out. Or, like I was saying earlier, it's held in here, and if it gets too plugged up, it doesn't want to let water flow too easy. So this starts pushing up out of the filter. I won't start that process till I'm done draining this one. And we start filling it. Got one in your sump, very cool. Yeah, they're a beast. I'll show you what I put together. So when I'm doing water changes, especially in the summertime, I built this like window tap, I call it. You can't see it because of the dang sunlight. But you might see it there. I just a piece of plywood I cut out and put in the window and put holes through it so I can get my hose and python out without letting any heat in or flies and stuff like that. I got a 50-foot knockoff python for Christmas and cut it in half and used one as a python and the other to fill from the water barrel. The hook is on the fill hose, going to make one for removing water. Very cool, Nathan. It's a quick connect. Yeah, yeah. I've heard about the quick connects. That's a cool setup. I basically got the same thing, except I'm not quick connect. And I use the pump to drain outside, and then I have a python hooked to the garden hose for just sucking out so I don't get any sand and stuff like that in my indoor plumbing or sinks. And then I have a whole separate python system I use just for filling my tanks that hook to my sink because I've got to get that, for the temperature balance of hot and cold water. Of course, and I've seen some PVC hook setups people make for fittings. Straight down, but sort of swirls out. Yeah, I think Depths. If you guys watch Depths Unknown, 9 a.m. Sunday mornings, he has a setup like that. Yeah, we will swim today. Yeah. Well, what's the degrees? Go see if you can find a thermometer in the pool and see what the temperature is. While this tank is filling, I'm going to go clean this sponge out. It is amazing how dirty that was for such small fish. Yeah, I use the filter and piece thingy. It shoots the water 4 ways. It's adjustable up and down, so if the tank is half empty, you can lower it into the water and it doesn't splash. Yeah, that's a great idea. They sell the hook at Amazon. It comes with the ball valve already on it. If you just hook the hose and a T or filter guard thingy, and you're good, it's like $13. Yeah, definitely great DIY setup that you got going on there. All right, this should do much better. I'm just a huge fan of the canister filters. I can run them 7 months before I need to do anything to them. Much better flow. I'll have to show my water change system in a video live. Not that it's anything special, but it does show you how you can make a super simple parts. Yeah, I'd definitely like to see that, Nathan, on your next live stream. Tag, if you do that live stream, can you please tag me in it? So I don't want to miss it. 'Cause I'd like to see it. I got to do some potho management and power management work. I'm going to get these extension cords under these tanks. I already got everything labeled, but I need to get everything organized in line, organized per tank. And, you know, these pothos, they just grow wild everywhere, and sometimes it can be in a pain in the butt. They get caught on their lids and stuff. Thanks for sharing that link, Kim. But I'd definitely like to see your setup for sure. Well, we're about a little over halfway full on this part in here. After that's done, the only thing I got left is 20-gallon long red cherry shrimp and male beta tank. As for these two 10-gallons down here, I'm going to test the water and see where it's at. They just topped them off not long ago. I really don't think I need to do a water change in those tanks. So this could very well be it. We are 3 hours. I think what I'll do after this is done, I'll do the water change on a 20-gallon long. And then that'll be it. We'll shut the stream down. Really appreciate all you guys hanging out with me this entire time. It's been fun. We've learned some stuff. And then I'll get my mess cleaned up. And that'll be it for a month. Because my tanks stay good. Doing monthly water changes, I save water, I save time, I save money. I get to spend more time enjoying the fish and enjoying the hobby. You couple that with the fact that all of my aquariums are ran with a canister filter and I don't have to clean them but every 7 months. I've really reduced the work that I do in my hobby and increased the enjoyment out of it. And I'm getting excited. We're approaching 4,000 watch hours. And the sooner I can get that, the better, because I'm going to start getting revenue on my content. I don't care if I only make $80 to $200. I'll be excited because all that money is going to go to my channel. It's going to go right back into the hobby, and it's going to go into buying valuable gifts and things for giveaway live streams. I have done several giveaway live streams in the past. But if I'm getting to the point where I can bring revenue in from this, I can get even better gifts to help give back to you guys and the fish fan and support us within the community. So channel's doing good. I'm getting excited. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are about those daily live streams I do. They can probably get old after a while, but in doing so, my watch hours have increased dramatically. And I've made some new friends in the process as well that like those daily streams that I do. And now they come into my main live streams and comment and watch my videos and my content. So it all works hand in hand. Everything's doing great. It's going up. I can't thank all my supporters and you guys coming in enough, chatting with me and hanging out with me and learning together as we grow. This 125-gallon aquarium is really cool. It's a cool story behind this. My wife found it on the Facebook market site for me. There was a guy, he was in the military, he was retired military, because I live in a military town here. Kept fish for 40 years. He died. His wife couldn't stand seeing them anymore. It brought too much memories. She wanted rid of them. She was getting rid of everything for a good price. The only thing I'm mad about is there was this 125, a 75, which I got both of those with stands. I got 8 32-gallon brute garbage cans full of nothing but aquarium equipment. You're talking pumps, that Texas Holy Rock you see in my Buddha tank, that came in that deal. I got this for $300. Everything. The only thing I'm mad I missed out on was he had a 300-gallon aquarium in there, and someone come and got that before I showed up. I was so mad. But this is a very old aquarium. And you can tell, like, one of the giveaways of that is right there, that glass bracing, the siliconed in. That doesn't necessarily mean it's an older tank, but they did that years ago. Most new 125s use the plastic. Now, they will do the glass breaking when you start getting into larger tanking, whether it be Euro bracing or whatever. But I'm willing to bet, because this tank had the old wood-colored trim as well, I'm willing to bet that I know this aquarium is over 40 years old. I think the first thing to happen when you make money is stickers if you have it. Yeah, Nathan, I got monetized at 3,000 watch hours, and I've already got the ability to get super chats and super stickers and memberships. But you have to hit 4,000 watch hours in order for YouTube to start putting ads on your content, and that's where you can start making money on your revenue on your videos, because how long people are watching your videos, how many views it gets, that all comes into play when you hit that 4,000 watch hours. So my goal is to hit that 4,000. I'm less than 200 hours away from that. What can't you believe? June, good to see you. And June is another channel member, a great supporter of the channel. Appreciate her a lot. Always like June. I love when he puts the whole Hikari gold in his mouth and then he floats around the tank with it. Very bold color. Well, maybe I missed something back here. Hello, I'm lurking and doing water stuff. Okay. I think I missed something, June. What color? Tim's. When who puts a whole Hikari gold in his mouth and floats around the tank with it? Oh, okay. I gotta watch that link. Okay, I got it now. Let me plug this FX6 back in and clean this pump up. Glass bracing was an oceanic thing. Okay. Good to see you, Allison. My 100-gallon is at least 35. Okay. Water's coming out of the roof. From this? Where? Where are you talking? I got a question for everybody. Has anybody seen Ross Baltimore? I haven't seen him in a while. So long are you and the one bird besties? Yeah, I remember your wife coming with a live and a bird did not like you. Yeah, we get. She likes me a lot better now. That was the Quaker parrot, Kiko. Yeah, she's like my best friend right now. She's just a bipolar bird, man. She can hate you one minute and love you the next. You just gotta learn how to sweet talk her. But yeah, we get along great. I haven't had any issues for a long time with her. I guess she likes me now. What's you? Oh, Ross was? Yeah, I just haven't seen him for a while. I haven't seen him popping up everywhere. When I first met Ross Baltimore, I got him hooked up with the Fish Fam. And then he started doing lives. I did the same thing for Jim, Happy's Aquatics. And you always still see Jim everywhere, but with Ross, you kind of like, I haven't seen him. I haven't seen any videos with him. I haven't been getting any notifications, so I don't know what he's been doing. Just wanted to make sure he was still around. He's amazing. He's a really good fish breeder. He has amazing fish. Hey, there's Alex. Good to see you, buddy. Alex, when's my live stream with you? Is that the 24th on a Friday? That's correct, right? Don't forget to message me to remind me about that, okay? I'll be going live with Alex on his show. I think it's the 24th. It's a Friday. I want to check that out. Cool. Those two words go together. She's bipolar. Perfect, Alex. Tim says, I know where Happy Aquatics is, but I know where Happy Aquatics is. You and me both, Tim. You and me both. Yeah, Jim and I are buddies. We know. I found Jim, and I'm the one that helped get him started into the Fish Fam, and then he started doing live streams, and it went up there for him, and now he's surpassing me. As far as networking goes, and I like him a lot. I like Jim a lot. He's down to earth. He's a good dude. But yeah, I'm aware of what you're aware of as well. I know where he is. I know what he's doing. He can tell. He knows the certain people he can tell, like you and myself, that they don't want to give away any surprises or secrets. So I'm one of them people. I know when to keep my mouth shut. And he knows that. But Ross, I haven't seen Ross in a while. Tim, if you're not familiar with Ross Baltimore, you want to check his channel out. He's a good dude, and he's got some amazing fish that he breeds. Lots of coloration, very healthy. Oh, it was June 24th, a Monday. The show is Friday the 21st. Okay, cool. Friday, tune into the real Alex here. You want to sub to him. He's a good dude. I'll be on his show on June 21st on a Friday as a guest. Be cool to see everybody in there. We talk daily now. Yeah. I don't talk daily, but I talk a lot to Garcia and Jim and Tommy from Silver Creek Aquatics, uh, Silver Creek Wildlife. That one angelfish over there, I just noticed that they're picking at his fins. I'm going to find who the culprit is and remedy that. Well, guys, that's it. We got about 4 minutes. I'm going to let this go to the 4 hour mark just because I'm only like 4 minutes away from that. We'll go ahead and shut this live stream down at that point. All these other aquariums, they're good. They don't need a water change right now. I was going to do the 20-gallon, but it's fine. So I'm just going to chat with you guys for the last few minutes, and then I'll shut it down at the 4 hour mark. We are live streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. I also have a Twitter account where it's now X, and I use Twitch and Twitter just for live streams only to give another place to send us to hopefully bring in some new people and expand the channel. So when you guys are on my channel, we're also going to those platforms as well. I would do TikTok. I like TikTok. I have had a channel on there for a while. I have over 3,000 followers over there. But TikTok doesn't allow you to multi-stream from a third-party app like StreamYard or anything else. They just won't let you do it. They don't allow it. Or I'd be going to TikTok among the rest because I found that TikTok has a lot more interaction. The views, almost everything is higher. It used to be. Now that my channel is growing and doing better, the views and watch time on my content on YouTube is rivaling TikTok now, dwarfing it really. Not on everything, but most of it. That last video I put out about are you making the fish keeping hobby harder has done real well. It's up to 1.2K views so far. But TikTok is another platform I enjoy. I got a lot of comments. Everyone in the fish keeping community over there is really nice. Met some friends over there, connected with people, and they came over here and vice versa. I watch their stuff and support them as well. So I really wish TikTok would allow that because I would be streaming to that. I would do probably Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok all the time. I wouldn't even worry about Twitch, but I did make a Twitch account because I want to follow Tim, I know you get on there, and the King of DIY, Joey, and Happy Place, and all them guys. So I like you guys, and I like what you do, so I follow you to those platforms. I do have to go around and get some hang on the back filters running. I may clean those two AC-110s as well. While I'm at it, I got everything out, so that'll probably be the last thing I do in the fish room today. I was super happy to get all this maintenance done. You always have that in the back of your mind. Man, I got to do water changes. I got to do water changes. So I don't worry about it too much, but I know it's been a month and it needed to be done. I could go longer than a month, but I don't want to do that because, one, I like to get the fresh minerals of fresh water in there, keep algae at bay. But other than that, it's not really because of my nitrates are high. Don't really need to worry about nitrates too much. At the end of a month, they're generally around 80 ppm. And you're talking about a month that I'm not doing any maintenance in these aquariums, and the highest reading I get is 80 ppm. That ain't bad. So just keep the stocking low, keep the tanks clean. The only overly stocked tank I have now in my fish room is the 75-gallon Buna tank. That is not my fault. That's their fault. They F like rabbits. No, I appreciate you hanging out and staying with me this entire time. I love that. I love seeing that. You've been working and staying with me this entire time, as well as a lot of other people in here. I love that. I love chatting with you guys. 2 years ago when I made this channel, I didn't know how it was going to go, where it was going to go. And anything I do, I go hard at it and I go aggressive at it, and I want to be bigger and better. So then I started just going hard at everything and trying everything. And out of everything I've tried to get views and everything I've tried to do this and this, over that time, you realize it's never really going to happen. Not in this niche. For me, anyways. But I'm not looking to get famous. I'm not going to say I'm not looking to make thousands of dollars, because I am. That'd be fantastic. But I'm not looking for it to happen. I don't expect it. So I just do what I can. Out of the SEO checklist and putting my content through everything and trying this and doing the titles and doing the thumbnails and the high-ranking keywords and hashtags, I realized along the way at some point that my favorite part about the whole thing is sharing my hobby with you guys and meeting new friends and making new friends. The getting monetized and making a little bit of money off of this, the networking, and possibly getting hopefully a sponsorship sometime in the future, that's just a bonus. The real heart of it, the real meat of it, is making friends all over the world that I have with you guys and sharing the hobby with you. And I think as time goes on, as content creators, that can easily get lost. But it didn't take long for me to remember this is what it's all about, and I appreciate it the most. And I love when I get comments from people on a video that I've actually truly helped them solve a problem. And I love to hear that. Among all, I love helping people. And right along with that is chatting with you guys, hanging out with you, and meeting new friends. No, I don't stretch myself thin. No, not at all. No, I'll never let the content creation part of this inhibit or make keeping the fish healthy an issue. I'll never let that be. The fish, you got living things. When you buy something living as a pet, whether it be a bird, a reptile, a dog, a cat, fish, whatever it is, you have created a commitment there. You need to take care of them. And every fish that comes into my fish room is a forever home. I have rescued around the community several fish at this point. I do have a donation link for my PayPal on my channel. Any donations there or any kind of revenue I make through this channel does help go to that. I have saved plecos from going to the local lakes, rivers, and ponds, betas, glowfish, platies, I think that's about it so far that I've rescued and given forever homes. So, yes, my channel is all about giving back. At the same time, I do want to grow. I do want to make revenue on it, but it goes all straight back into this hobby and helping fish, helping local fish, and giving back to you guys. So I'm going to shut it down. I've chatted enough, and I'm going to let you guys be. So we'll see you in the field, like the YouTube field. And you best believe I'm always watching what you guys do and supporting you too. So see you out there. Appreciate y'all. Have a good weekend coming up shortly. Have a safe weekend, and we'll see you out there.